Good morning, everybody. Distracted. Realize what time. Thank you for joining us. All right. First of all, just a little bit of housekeeping. At work, we're launching a new product. It takes a lot of effort. So thank you guys for understanding Thursday when I had to cancel the stream. I'm going to cancel tomorrow night also, but not because of that. One of the VPs from Bill will be the Draper office, Salt Lake City. Draper is a city north of here. So they'll be at the Draper office in Draper. And I've been invited to go to dinner with him that night. So I won't be streaming tomorrow night either. I will be back Thursday, where I'll be back doing analog and stuff. But till then, yeah, we'll get some stuff done today. Well, here's the crazy thing. So Monday, I'll be doing streaming for Sunday and then Thursday for the next 2. Actually, I believe it's Monday is I'm wrong. I was thinking about 15. Fault. Never mind. I'm completely off. So I will be streaming. Looking at my calendar, I'll be streaming Monday and Thursday, or today and Thursday this week, and then Sunday and Thursday next week. Next week, I will be in San Jose visiting the company headquarters. So I won't be able to stream next Monday either. Next Monday, but I'll be back for the stream next. So for the next 2 weeks, the Monday stream, I just won't be able to do it, but I will be able to do the Thursdays. So yeah, let's see. Before the stream, got the article or the blog up and running last Monday. So we have view transitions going on, and the view transitions you can see kind of as we move between articles or routes or things like that, kind of get a fade in, fade out. That's the view transitions happening. The piece that was difficult to do with view transitions is resizing of the image and zooming. And we wound up just going with regular CSS transitions for this. And it winds up working pretty well. What I've been calling parallax scrolling actually isn't. What we want to do is when we scroll, we want to resize this as we and do a bit of sticky so that as we scroll up, this image kind of zooms as we different breakpoints. We know the size of those breakpoints. So this is something that I haven't done before. I've seen it done. curious about how to do it. Um, so we'll start digging into that a bit too. Um, the other thing for the stream, WebStorm upgraded to 2024. Let's take a look, and I think I'm going to have to restart at least once as we still doesn't understand why. Like it says it's using it down here, but it doesn't understand. Like if we come down here and oh, patient dial, CSS style also. I have style installed. Don't have style installed. That's something that might be worth adding, just so that I'm writing better. Yes. Um, I like style lint because it teaches me modern CSS. Um, maybe we'll take a look at that right off the bat. I don't know. Um, yeah, I'm convincing myself. We'll go take a look at Stylint right off the bat, and then once we've got Stylint up and going, I'm surprised I didn't have to upgrade any with this update. That's cool. I'm good with that. Um, here, new tab, and into the getting started. So we want to add, I think we just want the standard style. Yeah, just we're using just CSS, so we can just use standard. And then knit tool. So them to install silent, send one of their things. I'm curious. That's but there is a tailwind. That is a bright screen. GitHub. GitHub respects the darkness setting. Um, so we just add good. So the first thing we're going to do is going to grab element, and it says we can do it with an init. Go ahead and do that. In actually, before I run commands that I don't know what they do, let's do pm init pm npm init npm there. So migrating from yarn npm. What is create? Okay, works. Go back and create style, and that should run the init package for styling. And this should ask us a couple of questions. Maybe. If not, we'll go take a look at the style in RC and make sure that we're just doing the recommended package. And then we'll add the Tailwind CSS package. And that should give us best practices. Take a look at our, it will scan the CSS that we're writing. Hopefully we can make it work with log. We'll see. But I do really like StyleInt. There are a couple of prettier rules that I usually like to have. And there are also a couple of ESLint rules that I like to have, and then also StyleInt. So let's take a look at what it gave us. We got the StyleInt RC, and it's just extending the StyleInt config standard. For style config, we'll take a look at that. So customize, right? Standard config turns on about half the built-in rules. They're built in, you can dial in. Well, you can order your properties by extending the recess order config. I'm not a fan of BEM or any of the other things like that. Third, does it not recommend it? Awesome styling. So here are the configs that are available. Got a review recommend. Styling config standard. Do they not have the styling recommended anymore? I'm using prettier for. We probably want this one. Prettier isn't running. We'll see if they conflict. We'll figure it out. Or matters. Big. What happened to style big? And here, let's for recommend. Right here is the style lint recommended. Kept up to date. I'm curious why that one isn't listed. You can use this as a foundation for your own config. Most people use our standard config instead, which extends this config. Oh, standard config more strict. I need to update my. I need to update my knowledge. Hey, TBD Gamer, dude, I have seen you on Twitch. You've been on there every morning. Um, I get the notifications that you're on. By the time I wake up in the morning, you're no longer streaming. You start at about 6 a.m. my time, which is awesome. But there are very few things that get me out of bed at 6 a.m. Mainly because you have to start early, get in streams before work, and that makes sense, right? I'm streaming after work. It makes sense that you're streaming before. Got to do what you got to do. One of these days, I will make it to one of your streams. When I do, we'll have to. Yeah, we'll have to chat. I'm really curious about what you're working on. I've been watching your different things and checking out just what you've been working on, and I'm interested. So it's awesome to see you streaming. And if you guys don't know, TBD Gamer is a streamer. You've been streaming .NET stuff right now, right? Quincy? And you could throw you could throw a link to your chat or your stream um, up in um, up in the chat. Definitely deserve a shout out. And yeah, he's been streaming .NET stuff, and he's been streaming for a while now. So yeah, if it doesn't allow you to put, actually, let me just do this. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you guys are interested in .NET development, TBD Gamer is he's streaming .NET content. Um, Definitely worth your time. I I've done a lot of .NET content in my day, but I am definitely not up to date on modern .NET. So I know a little bit of like .NET Core and a little bit of the website of stuff. Um, it's been a while since I did this, but I worked for an auto auction, and I wrote an entire application in .NET that was used on tablets. So the way auctions work is a dealer will bring their vehicle to the auction. The auction then goes around the entire vehicle and through the mechanical and everything and checks out any issues that could happen with that car. And then a vehicle is graded on a 1 to 5 scale, telling you how good that vehicle is. And so that 1 to 5 scale is a way. So the auction that I worked at was dealer only auction, meaning that it was dealers taking vehicles from their lots and selling them to other dealers so that those other dealers could try and move inventory. There's some interesting data that as soon as a dealer puts a vehicle on their lot, they start to lose money. After about 90 days, that amount of money that they lose increases and they start losing money on the vehicle. So what they'll do is they'll take it out to auction and try and allow other dealers to move the cars. They're constantly cycling inventory by auctioning their cars. This isn't new cars. This is definitely used cars or fleet cars. So like when you're talking fleet cars, you're talking like big organizations like car rental companies. The auction I worked at, we all of the Hertz vehicles in the area were brought to the auction. Hey, shh, my dog's over there. And if she starts barking, I'm gonna have to kick her out of the office. Hey, Indy, shh, come here, pup. Come here. Come say hi. Maybe we can calm her down by putting her a little bit of love. But anyway, yeah, I wrote a whole Windows application, .NET, that they put on tough books, and they would walk around the vehicles, and as they were walking around the vehicles, they would note damage. So there was an image of the vehicle, and they could touch that specific image and note, there's a dent here. And they could even recommend like fixing it. And then we had some AI stuff that would go through and look at all of the damage on the vehicle, and it would say, if you fixed these, it would cost you this much, but you could probably get this much more on the vehicle. And there was some other AI stuff involved that would look at what dealers in the past had bought and then try to recommend them vehicles. So it was a lot of fun. The message identical, and it's called Indy. That's awesome. Indy is our little. She's a micro mini golden doodle. So she's as big as she's gonna get, but she has all the craziness of a golden doodle. Like if you guys have ever seen videos of golden doodles, they what do you? They're just crazy. Like she's very it's like different dogs express their love in different ways. We have another dog, Allie. She's a little white. They said she was a Shih Tzu, which was a Shih Tzu Chihuahua mix, but she doesn't look like a. But she is very like the way she expresses love is with like cuddling. So she wants to be next to you, touching you, and she loves to be pet. So if you pet her head, and you stop, she'll look up at you and start scratching at your hand. She wants to be petted again. Um, Indy is very crazy, very high energy, very smart, and the way she expresses her love is with her. And so she wants to be constantly biting at your hands, wants to be licking you somehow. Yeah. Wow, Pit mix is 55 pounds and 30. Wow. 10 months old, super cuddly, and all the crazy. Pit, wow, that's a high energy dog. Like, you've got to get that energy out, or they're going to make sure that you get it out. That's awesome. Yeah, pit bulls. Um, well, and yours are mixes. I don't know. I don't want to update in the middle of the stream. Anyway, so looking at that, we don't want or we want the standard. And so now it says we can just do npx style lint, and this is how we can just make sure that it's working. Star 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 dot s, and this should go through and run style lint on all of our CSS files. We don't have a whole lot, but we can already see that we've got we've got a bunch of stuff that it's recognizing. Max number percent. It must be linting the node, because yeah, this is not from me. So here, this is the styles. It doesn't understand tailwind stuff. Oh, this is the assets that it's built. So, and then the header component .css. 141 errors fixable with the fix. We're not going to run fix, but we know that styling is working. So the next thing we can do is we can go back to here. And now that I've learned that style lint recommended, not the, that is the wrong screen. Pull that one, and let's grab the Tailwind version. It hasn't been touched in 2 years. There one in here, Tailwind. So there are some Angular ones you can use that will so there are Angular versions here. It's been, I'm not using this one now, mainly because it doesn't work with 17 that way. So stopped using the post CSS Angular version of StyleLint. I'm curious if I want to add this. I mean, it was last updated on November 7th. This go search. That one doesn't work. Back in 21, 21. CSS rules. It also has our custom config for Tailwind. Uses standard view, prettier. At rule, no unknown will ignore Tailwind's CSS directive. I don't think I want to install this, but let's go. Let's go take a look and get Silent to work with our stuff. So now, if we go here, here's the tail. Maybe I just need to look at what's going on with tail. G clusters, code actions, validate. I don't know why my tailwind isn't working. Enable style int, and it picked it up from there. It's detected that. Let's see if we can run it on analog files also. Apply this. So here we should start seeing here theme function. Extract rule set. So no unknown function is coming from styleint. We'll have to go figure that out and allow term expected. Oh. So it recognizes this, but at the same time, it's also saying that there's a term expected. Like all the at tailwind stuff, at rule no unknown. So what we can do is go take a look at this rule, right? And I think I want here, jump, open documentation. No. Let's. So the rule that we're getting is that at rule no unknown. What we can do is we can go back to styleint. To that one. And that was me. That was the reading that I told you guys I was doing beforehand. But let's go to style here and documentation's here. So the rules that we can configure, we look in. Oh, no unknown. So this is turned on by default in the style int standard. That's what that checkbox means here. So anything here. Oh no, yeah, the checkbox. That. And then anything with a wrench by it means it can be auto fixed. Fact that no at rule, right? So we can take a look, and it's grabbing our tailwind. So if we just turn on true, then it's going to grab any of the unknown ats. So we can ignore at rules with regexes or strings. Yeah, so if we want to modify our rules, what we need to do is we go into our style int and we just add a rule. We can override how that rule works. So go modify. Here, we will modify our tailwind, or no, our dot island. There it is, styleint.rc.json. So inside of here, now we can just and add rules. And here, the at rule no unknown. And that's interesting that it picked up a bunch. We're going to set this to true. And right now, I'm just going to add to the rule as needed. So as the rules pop up, ignore at rules. And we will ignore, for right now, we'll ignore tailwind. And if we do this, now our tailwind stuff doesn't have a problem. And so now we can come down here and we can see, oh, it doesn't like theme. We know theme comes from tailwind. So we'll go ahead and also fix the function no unknown. Oh. No un that not the true? Yeah, I've got an extra there and it doesn't like that, so go ahead and save that and be able to parse it. And function no unknown. Is that not a tailwind? Or is that not a so here if we look up function no unknown right here. And we can just do the same thing with the pattern. We can add in theme. So maybe it just doesn't know the rule. So function dash no known. Yeah, already picked it up. That comma. Prettier. Let's find things. Prettier. In the settings, prettier. A JSON also. Apply that. Okay, here we go. Now we move this back up to the top and I save. There we go. Awesome. So having that rule turned off should fix that. I don't know what's causing this issue. I'm not sure what's causing this. It's probably something that I have misconfigured. I don't know what it would. If I search for CSS. Probably faster. Go to the settings. Search for here. So theme. Code um so here color scheme. Oh, code style sheets. Property inspection. Um so there we're getting, I think, identifier. That's probably a good one to use. I am using nested CSS. Maybe it's not CSS, it's Tailwind. Here, the only thing we've got, I don't know. I'll let it be. But we do have Styliant turned on. For right now, we're running it on both our um, analog files and our CSS files. So here, um, this is coming from, that's coming from WebStorm, that it can't resolve this. Is also what this null rule. But if we look here, our tailwind, yes, we aren't running. Hey, Marcus, welcome. Thanks for joining, man. Um, anyway, we'll let this be. Um, there's a couple of things that we need to do. Um, but um, Silent does not understand analog files. Let's go. Let's go turn that off on analog, and then after that, we'll call it good. So Silent will not run this on analog files anymore. Apply that. That should go away. There we go. All right. We probably just need a plugin that treats that only worries about stuff in between the style tags, but that's okay. Um, all right. Now back to what we were originally going to do, which is sticky scrolling. I think is what I've been calling it parallax. But really, what we want, and you know what, it's meaning does that going. But if we go take a look, there is a way to do sticky. Probably the best way to show it is Daisy UI. If here we do, it's in Tailwind. We just do Control A to search and Control Snap. So here we've got this snap. Hello. There are these snap points, and what I'm curious about it looks like you create this snaps. These these are all just going to snap with this. Interesting. Actually didn't. That one did. I don't think this is what we want. I was looking at another thing. And right. Um, so here we've got some going on, but they're saying to use a scroll function. Um, so at the breakpoints, you would stop the or you would resize. And that's what's giving, actually, there we go. That's what's making the header shrink like that. Because they're shrinking the font size on the scroll. So as soon as we move anything, so if the scroll top is greater than 50 or the document.element.scroll top is greater than 50, then they're setting that size. Otherwise, they're setting it to the 90 pixels. So I'm curious if we can do something similar to our article, because right now we're using the click. Um, and we're using a generator to get our sizes. I don't think we will do this anymore. They're setting it. What we're seeing here is they've set the position fixed, and they've added transitions to it. It's gonna transition everything. I want it to be fit. Well, let's experiment, right? So what we can say is we can say const sizes equals that as const, and that will give us our sizes. And you know what? Actually, we'll do it even a little bit different. So we'll say that we want, yeah, small, medium, and large. There we go. And actually, convert this to just being a number. We know it's pixels. There we go. Go. We've got that. We'll eventually take this stuff out on the click. But the next thing to do is, because we've got everything set though, we can say very similar to this, where if we've already injected the document, we can get the rolling position of the document. And this is where you might want to be a little bit careful, and maybe run some stuff outside of the zone. Got documented. Okay. So what we can do is we can say a const. So we want to grab two things, right? We want the document.body scroll top or the element top. So we'll grab both of those. We can say document, we can say const doc body scroll top equals And here we can just say document body.scroll top. And actually we need to be listening, right? Because we're listening to the on scroll function of the window. Then we're calling this function. We're going to do this slightly different. So we can use from event. We can say from event, and we can grab that from RxJS. I've never used from event pattern. Interesting. So here, from event, we grab the target and the event name. On event pattern, I'm really curious. RxJS. Curious. I can't change the darkness setting on this. But from event pattern, you've got the add handler function that takes a handler function and attaches its window. Move handler, and then the result select. Oh. Oh. Interesting. I think from event pattern might be what from event is using. Because here you can say, add the event listener and then give it the handler that you, right? Yeah, and so here, anytime you click in the browser, one thing we need to be careful about is these events can get pretty expensive. Yeah, and they're also, I think from event is probably built on top of from event pattern. And you can also, so from event allows you to add things to your, you can pass options in and you can also pass selectors. So the simplest way is that you just tell it, hey, I want to track click events, right? But we're going to track scrolling events on our application. If we look, this scroll bar, we actually don't want to track the document window. We want to track the scroll position of this element. This element, if we select it, that div, div has the overflow hidden on it. Their theme, that's log header, the container div. I think this is, it's not got the right on, but um, Gotta be this one. Yeah, overflow Y auto. So this is the div that we want to be tracking. We need to grab this div. It's the one with the grid and the overflow on it. So let's go take a look. So we need the element. We need the element that we are inside of. Do this. We've got our application ref, but we want the element ref. And there are a couple of ways to do this. So let's take a look at those, right? So we can grab element ref, jack, here, um, element ref may not be the best way to do it. And broken. And I leave. Go save. Save if idle for 50 seconds. Oh, look at that. No, I don't. That's what's causing it. So now when I swap, it should leave my code alone because I'm really like in most workflows I use, I've usually got some code and then I'm like, oh, what do I want to do, right? And so I leave code half finished. And that's breaking my application. So go here and let's say Angular component reference self. I want to grab the native element. In Dart. They are using element ref here. But they're just injecting the element. Okay, so the Dart syntax is a little bit strange. They're declaring the element ref and then they're saying use injection Dart. So the element ref is probably the right way to go. I make sure. I want to make sure the element ref is the right way to go. And that's the way that I immediately jump to, but I just want to make sure that I'm staying up to date, right? Yeah. So they're just injecting the element ref, which was what I'm going to do. So yeah, and we can use the native element to grab the scroll events. Okay. So my instincts were right, but sometimes I just like to check myself. Actually, I like to check myself a lot. Element ref, checked element ref, grab that, and then what we can do is we can just immediately console.log element ref. We'll immediately log that, and then just make sure if we go over to our console, connected element ref. Try running it again. Make sure that it's picking everything up. So here we go. And this is why I wanted to log it out. And we're logging the native element because we can see that it's grabbing the. So within it, we've got all of our different pieces that are scroll. So we've grabbed the element ref that I don't know why it didn't pick that up compile, but that's okay. So we've got our element ref, which means that now we can use our from event down here. Say from event here, get that from JS. So here we're just going to grab element ref native element. And then we're going to grab the scroll event. And we want to do a couple of things here because we want to make sure that we're handling these events properly and that we're cleaning up after ourselves. Because this scroll event will stick around forever, and we don't want to leak our RxJS stuff, right? So what we can do is we can say that, well, first of all, just tap it. Actually, instead of, yeah, tap. But instead of doing what you do with a typical tap, what we're going to do is we're going to pass our tap an observer. Our observer is going to have, yeah, we're going to console.log scroll, but we want the event here. So anytime we scroll, we want the event. The other thing we want is anytime there's an error, we're going to log the error. And then also want to log our complete. So we want to make sure that this cleans up after itself. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to do the take until destroyed. I think this was added. Um, oh, what version of Angular? I think this was added in 15. Maybe, yeah, 15, maybe 14. One of the dot releases of 15 or maybe 14. I can go. Um, Angular 16. Okay. So take until destroyed was added in Angular 16. So if you're 16 and above, you can definitely use this one. Oh, thank you, Marcus. Thank you very much. Um, so yeah, it feels like it's been out since forever. Right. Every time I get into the need to do types and taps, I feel like I'm making it up, and I go along until it I feel like the biggest fraud. Um, yeah. Um, I mean, imposter syndrome's real, man. And my best piece of advice for you is to use tap like, right? Where you've got where you're passing in an observer instead of just the events. Um, oh, you can't hear me, Marcus? Am I too quiet, or oh, maybe you need maybe Marcus needs to refresh. You can't hear me. I'm like, you can't hear me, Marcus? No, he just told me you can't hear me. Anyway, um, my best piece of advice is learn to use tap like this, and even create your own custom operator that uses tap. Um, so what I've done in the past, and I really need to get this up on npm or something, but we go to GitHub. Got log of, um, so I need to get this up on npm, but this is just a file that I add to. I've been using it for a long time. I actually got it. I started with it from um, Nathaniel Basil's article on creating custom operators. He had something very similar. And the thing that I like the best about it is that he's using the formatted console log. Um, you know what? Let's do that. Let's add this. I'll show you how to add this in, and then why you would want to do it, right. So go there, and then here in our file system, um, got pages and services libs. We've got our date lib. Add a new lib. So we're going to generate a service here, and the name of the service that I want to add is my just call this our RX. I'm wrong. No. Um, the name. What we want to do is go back down to our libs. We want to generate a library. We're going to create an Angular library. The name of this library is our RxJS operators. Not going to be buildable. And so it's adding it to libs rsjx operator source lib. And I like to look through all the modules just because. I mean, these are operators we're not going to use on push, but if we ever add components, it might be nice to have the default set. Um, and style linter's fine. Prefix to apply to generated generators, selectors. I'm just going to leave it as is. Standalone is strict. Yep. That's yep. Tags are something that we should definitely go into because they're very powerful. Unit test just. Generators does not support dry run. Really? Wonder why. As soon as we hit generate, oh, I hadn't added just yet. I haven't done any unit testing. I haven't. That's why it stopped working. Okay. So once it downloads Jest and adds it to our project, we'll go ahead and commit that. And then bit crazy. Sounds great again. Okay, I'm glad. And I was talking to you while you had no audio, so that that's me being brilliant as always. So we've added stuff. It's taking a little while for this to work, probably because running in the background. Still that, and it's but within the libs, we've now got our RxJS operators here. Inside of here, it's created this folder here. This component, I don't want this component, so we're just going to delete that. Delete it. And then we do that, then we've got to clean up our exports. So go ahead and delete that. So now we're in a good place. Generator hasn't finished running. Created those files, updated that. It might just be that unit test generator is just running a long time. We'll see. We have to clean it up and clean it up. But now we've got our lib here. So now if we just go with new, we'll just add a service to our lib. No, we don't want a service. We're just going to add a new file here. And this will be just a new TypeScript file. So we will add, actually, before I do that, let's, so Adjust that. Oh, so it's having to adjust to everywhere. In the package JSON, style link. Style link. Here. I don't know. We'll commit this all later. This is us adding style lint. I should have committed that a while ago, so I didn't have to figure out how to do this. Skip over that. I can do all of those files. NXJSON, jest added. The package JSON adds jest. This is the VM, and this is us adding the Angular blog RxJS operators. There we go. So adding jest and JS operators library. Now we've got our library in place. So now we can go back to our code, and where I wanted to be here. So now we can just add our new file. This file will just be our log observable.ts. Oh no. Good thing I probably didn't close that. Yeah. And just copy all this. It in. Our operator. You can see what we've got opened in the browser. So, here we go. Popped open. So here, and we go control. And the reason I'm using Arc on stream, and Arc's I like Arc, but I'm still trying to decide if I want to go with it as my default browser. It's still pretty pre-release and early on Windows, but I've been enjoying it. Get it on Windows, you have to sign up for their early access, kind of a first come first serve. So I think I waited like a couple of months to get access to it. One I really want to get into, and this is the one that I've been on their waiting list for a while, is the Warp. I've really been enjoying Warp in on my Mac, so I'm really looking forward to. Like it's got AI built into it. You can take things and create workflows out of them, which has been amazing. So, like if I've got a bunch of commands that I run, just generate workflows out of them. And then if your team uses it, you can share stuff across teams. But it just really helps. There's all these little commands that you keep in like notepad files or wikis or stuff, it's so nice to just have it in your terminal. Um, and you know, you add the right like um, I use I use Docker a lot for the AI stuff that I do. So I'm doing Docker compose down or Docker compose down, Docker compose pull, and then Docker compose up again, right? Uh, Creating a workflow in Windows would be really, really nice because these workflows are pretty intelligent. So check out Warp if you can. They don't sponsor me, but anyway, um, I just wanted to show the log observable. Um, this debug, he added, you know, this stuff here. There's actually a little bit of a bug in here that I fixed. There's a missing here. I don't remember which one it is. One of these has a bug in it. Oh yeah, right here. Missing a %C right here. So if you use the one from this article, and let me put that article in the chat for you guys. Have it. So anyway, the reason we got off onto this tangent, right, is we were talking about how to make observables easier. Something broke here. Go take a look at that later. Anyway, I added a couple of things to it because you might want to add log observable to multiple things. So it has a couple of colors. One of the upgrades I want to make to this is start using HSL, and so have a base color, and then have a range up and down from that base color that we could do to generate these different values, and then it generates a key so that you can track what it is, and then as it goes through and logs the observable, it keeps track of the background colors, right? So it picks colors from the background error and stuff like that, and then generates a message key, which is just basically a random number between 0 and 10,000. And then we run it through the radix 36. And what that does is it basically turns it into an alphanumeric key. We can see what that looks like. And then really, this is a lot of what he did with the console log, but I've just added some tags and stuff to it, background colors and stuff. So I took what he did and modified it just a little bit. You can find that. Let me get that for you. It'll link. So if you're that's a little bit annoying. It would be nice if I could do something with this stuff up here at the top. Okay. Um, so that's probably the latest version. And this is why maybe we'll do a stream where we put this into a good place to add. See, I think Angular extensions might be a good place to do it. I don't know. Dude, it has a lot of stuff. Uh, I don't know. Well, I'll figure it out. I don't want to waste time doing this today, but it might be good to add this to like one of the libraries out there as an MR, or potentially just create our own npm package. Tiny, really, really tiny. All we do is we just take the tap. That's all it relies on. Tap. So then we could just publish this to npm. Might be the best way to. Anyway, yeah, we could look at that. So now we've got the log observable here. The next thing we need to do is just go into our index here. In our index, we just add, want to export star from, and then we just do dot lib log observable. And that's going to give us the log observable. We can now add into our stuff. Go ahead and commit that. Say that we've added log observable operator. That up. Now we just need to use it. So now we can go back to it. And so where I was using this, so log observable is just basically this tap with an observer in it, but simplified. So now we can just take this out and we can just say, hey, log observable. And here, scroll event. And then the next thing we can do is just side. The other thing we can do is we can log the observable after the take until destroyed. And just say scroll after destroyed. We've got that. And now what we can do is we can dot subscribe here. We'll just say console log. This is our scroll subscribe. Inside of here, we want to make sure that we grab the event, log that event. And this will show us some things that I want to show also. So now we've got a from event that we're subscribing to the scroll event. And from event is a nice tool that we can use in RxJS to just, it can grab events from elements in the DOM and get an event stream from. I use them in inputs often if I care about key up events and I want to debounce. I like the from event from RxJS. It's really good. So here we go. We've now got it. And need to get the server running again. But there's a reason I want to do this. Took a while for it to pop in. Oh, what? I just barely started that. Telling me that I don't know if you guys can see this very well, but it's saying not provide an X named log observer. Did I not save that? Log observable. So here we go. We're three. Observable. Exporting it right here. We are exporting it. And it is exported from here. The next thing to take a look at is our tsconfig.base. Let's see if, so we can do npm nx build, do a prod build of Angular log. Just see what happens. It's really weird. It does say 2 errors. So it can't find log. I don't do a prod build. What if I do a build? Because Surf can find it. Just have npm log. Like the serve can find it just fine, but the builds aren't. Interesting. I have to go take a look at that. So here it can't find blog header, blog header.net. So let's take a look and see here. Suggest mint. This is our project JSON. So this is a library. Test here. yes configs, and fine. The NX JSON did just here. Package JSON just did just. Stuff input and added just a bunch of globals. There's nothing here cause problems. So take a look at uh, footer and header. Those are the tests. Well, that's copied over. That's the no, that's there's the analog file. Wonder if you are causing problems. CSS file doesn't matter. Just take these out. Does that change anything? Was I causing my own pain? Right? Um, still no. Blog header. The blog header, I mean, it is blog header component.analog, and so analog does a default export and it does it all for you. Um, in my app, um, weird. I know I've built these. Find them. Very strange. To dig into that. But I'm also confused about why it can't find my library. And the reason I wanted to build it is I wanted to see what it was outputting. If we refreshed it, if you want to see like what these how components get turned into, um, this is a code that it decompiles or that it compiles down to. Here we have the article container analog component. So inside of here, we should see. So here's where the component gets defined. The selector is either article-container or article container. Built two selectors. It adds the host attributes. Of here, console says a blurb. That was me clicking on 39. That's the router. Scheduled task. Creating the zone task. Here's the line 25 that has the issue. Our template. It was fun. Docking that got rid of. So if we go to all articles works. Article I. Log observable. Hey Marcus, good to see you. Thanks for joining. Um, we need to catch up, and we need to catch up with a D. I was just realizing that the other day. Oh, import particular blog JS operators. If that fixes it, just make sure. Um, Sometimes like references like that, and yeah, sometimes like we want to call it like when it's in a different library in analog, you should use the or in Angular in general, you should use the named. Still getting showing right input. Oh, that's been rewritten. Interesting. It looks like the precompiler is rewriting those to be direct references on my hard drive. Like the document file system. Very interesting. Um, that explore. So that is pointing from here to log observable. So it is pointing directly to this file. Crazy. We are pointing from here to the lib directory. In the same thing for the date time helper, and that's where compare some project.json files. Wonder the test. So ArcGIS operators schemas. The root. Those are the. This is different, but that doesn't matter because we aren't. Oh, our type library. Didactic type library. I mean, these are swapped, but targets. Only difference is the test target. Oh, it looks like there's error. The dependencies and lock file plugin. That be part of my problem? Let's close this. Oh, interesting. Because of that error, WebStorm was holding on to a lock file. Very interesting. Open WebStorm again. But where NX crashed, whatever reason, the WebStorm terminal, and maybe that's my problem. So it was holding on to that lock file. So now if I go and look at, now if I go look at the project.json for that, now I should be able to look at the graph. Yeah, there we go. So I'm glad I saw that graph. That was a big help. We can even run this now. So I'm glad I saw that graph because it gave me an idea of the error and what was going on. At this point, I'm curious, can I build dashboard? Will it run now? Will that run? It looks like it will run, but we're still getting things about blog footer and blog. Maybe I need to enable something for the build. Take a look. What's going on? All right, there we go. Anyway, back up and serving. Austin debugger. Interesting. Okay, so what I wanted to show is as I scroll, number of events generated are, because I do this, we're just generating a ton of events. We can see, and I generated a ton of events. is a lot of events. And the other thing we can look at is when we navigate away in the complete, in the after. Um, and so, as we go back, we didn't have that after complete. We could wind up with us leaking event. So 5J, go back equal. Oh. Using myself, but I'm glad I looked at it. Um, the this after destroyed is I was worried we were leaking observables. Um, this after destroyed, we look in our pipe. So this is the observable that I'm seeing. Um, so we're getting both, right? But this one completes, this one doesn't, because this just stops this. Right. In fact, in the subscribe, we can also use here, we can also use an observer. So here we can just do next at do our complete here. This will show us that our complete and this is one thing when you're tracking down, like when you're worried about memory leaks um, in your observables, you can use observers in subscribe, you can use observers in tap, you can use observers all over the place. And this complete event is super helpful to figure out when things are completing and which ones are and which ones aren't. So if I just scroll a little bit, like that was a small scroll, but look at how many scroll events I generated. We're going to fix that because that is change detection running over and over and over and over and over. We can prove this out. So this scroll event is getting these scroll events, right? We're getting a lot of scroll events in our subscriber. But if we go away from this page, like if I go to the all articles page, you'll see that so we get the scroll event was destroyed, right? It's completed. And then inside of the subscribe, we also get that it's complete. That means that we're not going to get duplicate subscribes or events. If we take this take until destroyed out, which I don't recommend. But now, if we go back to our page, go in here and let's scroll, right? So we've got this ALC. If we go away, we didn't clean up after ourselves, right? So now if we go back in, so we're still only getting the one event, but we're leaking event, right? So if we go away, we didn't clean up again. Now when we go back in, I mean, this isn't too bad because um, we've got a different element here that it's listening to scroll events for. But we've got subscribers that are hanging, and it's not as bad as it could be. In some places, doing this could cause multiple events to fire, which can lead to really weird situations in your application. So you should not take out your take until destroyed. You should always clean up. If you're going to take out a take until destroyed, then you need to manage your observable subscriptions some other way. I mean, the other thing we could do um, is we could look at using decide if I want um, converting this into a signal, and so then the signal would clean up after itself, right? So if we comment this part out, and then here we just do const roll signal equals to signal, and then we can also initial value of, and then what we can do is in our let's just at the very top we'll just add a pre-tag. Out of here we can just grab our roll signal, type that to JSON, do it, grabbed it there, don't want it here, good, import that, but we want to go with and the reason we're doing that is that provides it to the imports array automatically. JSON there, and that's it. Okay. Now we've provided the JSON pipe. We can do, take out this take until destroyed. So the signal subscription should now handle our, we scroll here, we see we're still getting the event. And we're actually writing it here, getting the is trusted. But here, cleaning up after. Interesting. We're still not cleaning up after ourselves. I need to update my info. I thought the to signal would stop the description. Doesn't look like. So let's comment that out again. One thing we can do is let's just add like a T-bounce time of 100 milliseconds, like a tenth of a second, right? That should cut back on our scroll events by quite a bit, right? Now we can see that we only get, oh, that's going to cause problems. Because we want, when we scroll, we want that change. We want that to change. Curious about, you can see that we've got the 2vy and the 20y. We go away, nothing polls are new, which means that this observable is still been cleaned up. We add our take until destroyed back. So here we can see that we've got the 1xc and the 46f, and that might be hard to see. You can see that the 46f was completed. So now when we come back, get new ones. And the colors tell us also, right? But completed our description before. So what I thought in the past, don't want this debounce time. Which means we want this stuff to run outside of the zone. Right now, we're going to out and back. That. You want this. So this, we're going to run outside of the zone. And the only thing we're going to run inside of the zone is the update stuff. Just don't scroll signal that either. So what I want to show is I need to go look at the analog documentation. I don't know how to do like the do changes or within the single file components. we're looking for. Oh, destroy. What I wanted to do was hook into the do changes and show you when the changes are. Can we hook into that with a change detector ref? Like if I inject var inject f here, what r r dot dot. Um, I've been using app the resetting that need to be there out of curiosity. Does um, so if you watch, my first click is ignored. My second click resize. So that application ref.tick is still needed. That was one of the things. So this transition, and that might be saving grace here. May not be running change detection as much as I think, because of um, because of the on push. Sorry, I got distracted thinking about something. The on push may not be running change detection that often. Um, so let's see. Inside of here, look at this console log on the. We've got the event, and within the event, um, got a couple of things. We've got the target div, role event. Hit the top, offset top. You know what? I think we can do something. We'll leave those there, but I'm curious about this. Right now, next size just loops. I was thinking that, so we could do is we could say, um, difference between here and here is 80. The difference between here and here is 80. So I'm curious if we do if well let's grab first. Let's just say hey, the event uh, here we can just say that this is a full event. What type of event are we getting? Just an event. We've got to check it type scroll. We can say that if for whatever reason we don't get a scroll event, we can say if event dot type that will narrow it for us. How do I have event target? So we need a way. We need a type guard. We can add our type guard here. We can say function is scroll here. Say event. But we can say scroll event t. Actually, I don't even really care. Just say event really only thing I care about is that it's got a type. What we're going to say is event is here. We can say that, yeah, it's type scroll. But we can also say that it's got a target HTML element. Let's do this type scroll. Here we can just say that it's of type scroll event. And that works. And so now what we can do is we can say, hey, we can come up here and we can say if is scroll event here we can just say that this is of type event. Go. Now we can see the target. So now we can go back and log it. Scrolling, you can see that we've got the target, this div. Kind of here, I mean, the target isn't giving us good information, but target here, we can see we can grab offset top. So we can say a const top equals event dot target that going to give us top offset is, and now we can just say, you know, console log. So now we can see where the top event, right? Now as we're scrolling through, we can see that, hey, we're at 64 pixels. Oh, that's how far we were offset from the top. That's not our scroll. Can we grab the scroll top here? Yeah, so now we're 100 pixels in, right? Boom, the first one. Grabs that, and then if we go up to the top, making it down to zero. So what we want to do is we can say if top equals 0, say event dot prevent fault. Then we can say a that here go, because now we can change the heights. If we say we're going to use sizes up, sizes dot large. Because whatever reason. So then the next thing we can do, we can say else if, here we can say top greater than 0, top is less than 80. Again, we can do gonna work. Show you why. So when I go to scroll, still scrolling, but top is changing, right? So we're still scrolling this off the top. we aren't, the prevent default isn't preventing the actual scroll. Um, and dot stop. We're getting the resize. We're gonna grab that crashed. We're slowly getting bigger. It's not staying in place. Well, let's see. Browser, stop it from. What it's telling me to do is do a scroll top. That doesn't work. Direction. Um, you can see it's doing the resizing. Um, Look at this element. ARIA attribute nodes. What I want to do, pop over on wheel, toggle, on scroll, on before, copy, might be something that we're looking. Oh yeah, you do. Yeah. Uh, and quite as much. Well, and this is me learning, right? And yeah, I mean, sometimes gotta determine is the effect worth it? The other thing is that I'm starting and stopping, right? So, building the effects takes a little while, but once you get these effects, then you can start generalizing them. What I'm curious about is MDN on scroll, what we can do with the scroll event. So get a scroll event, and that's what we've hooked into already. Throttle the event using request and so request and calls. That's really interesting. I actually like this a lot. We're using the request animation frame to do our updates. Which means that we align with animation frame. I think this is what we want is basically this. So we need let pass roll position 0. So inside of here, what we can do, if it's a scroll event, say last known position. top. I need to think through how I want to do this. Um, to think through how I'd want to do this. There was another thing that I saw. So there's this thing here where they're showing it and they're using an outer and an outer and an inner. The outer is a flex, position sticky with a height of 120. The inner has a height of 70 pixels. It's also position sticky. Um, this doesn't work because we're not resizing the frame. We're just allowing it to scroll a bit. Header height out. So to get this effect, basically what we would have to do is we would have to take the last known scroll position versus our current scroll. And what we would do is we would say const equals that. Then we could say direction the current position is greater, then we're scrolling down here, set that to that, and now we know the direction that we're scrolling. Then what we can do, we can say, the other thing we need to do is set the current size. And this will be key of size. I don't want a capital K. Like here now I should be able to say go. So here now we can say if, and then we can say direction equals down. We can say console, or we can say image height. Well, say if current size does not equal small, then we can say we can say if current size, which nah, it'll be fine. So if current size equals medium or equals large, then we're going to set the current size to medium. Otherwise, else here we can say else size equals small, fine. So then what we can do is we can do that, and then we can do element ref native element scroll, and maybe we just set that to 0. So if the first time it scrolls down, it's going to be small, then medium, this stuff we don't need anymore. Let's see what that does for us, right? We bring up our app and scroll down one, multiple scroll event. We can fix that by using the animation stuff here. So here, if we go back, this in, ticking. Up here, we can just say let ticking equal false. And then for that do something, grab statement here, there. Now we're doing things. what we're doing is we're requesting an animation frame, and um, while we wait for that, we immediately set ticking defaults so that or to true, so that our scroll events will stop until we get the next animation frame. Um, Still a little too fast because we aren't getting the effect that we. So here might be easier to see. Oh, getting that. Clear these. Let's refresh. So the first scroll event bunches. What we could do, we can do this too, but we also do that timeout. Set our timeout to be oh, here. This is oh nope nope nope. That timeout actually goes around here too. Go a comp. I need another one. Go backwards. My set time. Move this to my set time. Good. Now I should be able to add my 250 seconds here. Boom. So now my scroll should only happen every 250 milliseconds. First one. First resize, the second resize. Other thing we could do is on this just here if we do sticky. Interesting. We can bind that. And this might be where the parallax stuff comes into play. Yeah, might be. But so we get the resize here, we get the resize there. I still wouldn't do parallax. margin value. Scroll timeline. Why? Give it a scroll timeline. Airtime. Um, Contain that gets the timeline. Maybe it's maybe So got that 500. Allowing stuff to the top of the top, which is what parallax is, right? In video games, like when you have parallax, the background moves, creating like depth. I'm just trying to figure out. Trying to figure out how we, because right now, I mean, it works, but it's but that, and then we get that. We care about the stuff scrolling. I mean, over the top. It's more that it scrolls a little bit and then right. Boom. I'm actually fine if we don't come back the other direction. I was thinking about coming back the other, um, but really coming back the other direction. Um, maybe, I mean, it would take some more experimentation, and it's probably not worth the amount of time. I don't want to go much more than today. Um, this is a long stream. So maybe we'll just finish this up and we'll leave it as is. It's a little bit weird, is what it is. Yeah, we'll we'll leave it. Interesting that we get the quick events are still there. We should take that out. This stuff can all go away. Off the click here. So the last thing to do is want to remove the sticky in the top. What we can do, we can bind and we can go class. We can just do class sticky. Here we can just say is sticky. We'll add a function. We can also say that we just want class dot top. This will also be that, and then up here we just need to add the is sticky. Our is sticky really we can just say const is sticky. And we don't current size. You can just say that it's a signal and it is false. Or, no, it starts out true. And then all we do is when we set the current size to small, then we just set is false. And that should give us the final effect. So it resizes, and then right, coming back the other way, we don't have that effect, but the initial boom, boom, yeah. Um, I mean, the effect looks good if you go slow. Go fast, it looks a little bit funny, but there are other things we could do to make that work too. Right now, so sizes. Why does the name and date scroll over the top of the image? That's a good question. And one thing we could do, it's z indexing. Actually, really good question. And how can we figure that out? Is income look at there's some tools in great point. Um, there's actually a way to look at profile. The way to look at your stacking versus stacking spec. – 3D tab. Rendering? Is it under rendering? Maybe. Might be. Oh, we could take a look at our scroll. We don't have one. Well, there's a way to look at it. Security search, rendering, inspect. Layers right here. So the different scroll regions. If we pop this out. So the cool thing about this is that we can rotate it in 3D. You can see let's fix the is sticky. Stop turning that off for right now. So it's the layers tab that you want to get this. Hit it. I'm going to replace it with. Good. I like my layers tab. My favorite thing about the layers tab is go. So yeah, we're on top right here, right? We go take a look at our layers tab. You can see that we've got this layer right here on top. And that's the name layer, right? And that's the cool thing about our layers tab is that we can go into 3D and see the different layers, and I can click on this layer. Well, as I hover over it, we're going to see this layer, right? So this layer is the layer that we're hovering on top of. This is the name one. It's on top of the right in our stacking context top. So we can go in and we can figure out why. Go take a look at that div. Leave our sticky off right now. We'll leave it on for right now. But take a look at this article title byline. Our stacking context is the order that we've got here. And so we can see that this is higher than this. And if we were to move it above that, which we can do because we're in a grid, so we can affect our stacking. Now we're below it, right? And that all comes down to stacking context in the browser. So the order of these divs can control the stacking context. And we can see that, right? If we go back into our application. So this is the piece that was above it before. So in view. Well, it's not even, since it's not above that stacking context anymore. It's not even showing up in zoom in. We we can see that this doesn't have its own stacking context because it's the same as what it's below, right? Um, Whereas the top image does. You can see that when we get it on this angle. We can see this is below this stacking context. And the nice thing about this, when you get a view that you want, you can look and, okay, that's that image. That's, the stuff behind it. That's the entire grid. And then but we can see the different stacking. And that's the cool thing about the layer tab, is that we can look at how things are stacking. And that was a really insightful question, right? Like, why was it doing that? I saw it doing it. I was just ignoring it. Thank you for making me just take a look at it. Yeah. Um, so now we don't go on top anymore. So now we can go up and we can turn roll event back on. And this is one thing, like the sites that look really good and make you go, wow, how did they do that? They've spent quite a bit of time getting those effects, right? There's more I could do that would stop this from moving at all. We could turn off scrolling for a bit. And I know there's a way to do it where the first couple of scrolls are just going to resize the image. But right now, I'm fine with it the way it is. I've spent a lot of time on this already. Probably good to move on and do the CMS stuff. So on Thursday, we will do CMS for sure. And yeah, that's the other thing, is like these are interesting challenges. They aren't necessarily something that I would do for your 1.0 release, right? Like this stuff looks cool, right? The zooming effect is cool, but no, that's something that could be added in the future, or maybe your design team works on it while you've already delivered, right? Just the original scrolling where it just scrolled, and then later on you can add in the new effects. So those are always things to think about. Is how is the time I spend going to be worth it? Like simple effects like this that let the user know that something can happen, right? Changing the cursor and just giving slight coloration and maybe some size changes. Those I think are definitely something like this where it's kind of a wow factor that can wait. So I enjoy doing it, but it's definitely it's not something that you should do for your 1.0 release probably, unless you're wanting to show off your firm's ability to design, right? And absolutely, those kinds of things are important. So know your audience, know what you're delivering, and then make it so that you can add these later, and then add them later. Yeah, gonna call it here. Quite a while today. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. That was a lot of fun. We finally figured it out. Um, I think it's a fun effect. And we'll see you guys all Thursday at 5:30 p.m. Mountain Time when we'll actually add the CM.